And so to that end, I've sort of been thinking about this issue, talking with a lot of people, trying to think about what we can do to fix the issue. Um, and so anyway, so I'll kind of talk to you about what we've been finding. This great quote by Desmond Tutu. He basically says, "There comes a point where we need to stop pulling people out of the river. We need to go upstream and find why they're falling in." And I think we do a lot of that. Like I was speaking with His Eminence about this, and he was talking to me about all the 30 somethings and the 20 somethings that leave the church, and what can we do about it, and what services can we have sort of directed at them. And of course, part of the answer is, by the time they're 30, it's too late, right? Or by the time they're done with college, it's too late. I mean, you missed it when they were 7, right, and 8 and 9, and all of your kids' age and the people you serve's age, because that's when the issues were planted, if you will, and then they grew like weeds along with the fruit, and then maybe choked the child when they got a little bit older, and choked them with all kinds of things that don't just don't need to be there. So I just want to, maybe I'll stand. Just talk a little bit about sort of history of Sunday school, since you're all sort of servants. And I think you all know this history, but Sunday school sort of started with Habib Gerges and Pope Shenouda, and it started in a time of massive ignorance, right? So you all know that, like, when Pope Kyrillos was the Pope, priests didn't give sermons, right? Priests were very ignorant. They were just ritual people, right? And they were priests because their dads were priests, and they just sang in Coptic, and they didn't know what they were really doing or saying. And then Pope Shenouda came along, and he started this sort of the Sunday school movement. And then after he started the movement of service, he basically started ordaining priests from the servants, right? So he wanted to make the priests service type people, okay? Which is great. And that Sunday school movement was needed because the church was just in massive ignorance. There's no books in Egypt, right? So, their group would get together, they'd buy some books, and they'd put them in one centralized location in Giza, and then they'd all drive to Giza, read books, write notes on a piece of paper, and then drive out to villages and say the things in the books to people, right? So it was information dissemination, okay? It was trying to get knowledge out to the church, to the people, right? Because everybody was just ignorant, okay? There's massive ignorance in the church. And when we think about what this does, is it doesn't raise spiritual children. It's just sort of designed to put knowledge in their heads, okay? And then the question we have to ask ourselves now, right, is this what we need now, right? Because now we have Google, right? Now we have the internet. Now we have books coming out of our ears, right? All of you have lots of little books for your kids and different libraries. And like when my kids were growing up, we had a cartoon Bible for every year, a different one, age 1 to 3, age 3 to 5, age 5 to 7. There's a different level Bible, right? So we don't really need to hear the story of Jonah and the whale, right? The parents tell their kids Jonah and the whale. We read that story. We have the Bible. We have a picture thing. What do we really need? What do the kids need now? And we can't really just be stuck in sort of the old kids. The old sort of approach to newer problems, right? And some of our kids now don't have the need of knowledge. They have the need of loneliness and depression and anxiety, right? These are what our kids are dealing with now, especially middle school and high school, as you guys know. So, so head knowledge and servant certificates and learn a bunch of things and spend 2 years in this curriculum, right? Is that what it does? Is that what it takes to create a servant, right? Is that what a servant is? And that's the question, right? And that's the answer has been, yeah, you go through 2 years of knowledge. And once you have 2 years of knowledge, you take an exam and then you become a servant, right? Now that does certify that I have some bit of knowledge. But is that the spirit that we need, right? And when I think of the spirit that we need, is that of David, right? David, a lion snatched one of his sheep, and he chased the lion down, right? That's the that's the spirit we need as servants, right? Every single person is that valuable, in the eyes of God, and should be that valuable to us, right? That should be our hearts. And so that's what we need to be fostering, right? And that's what we need to be working on. And so when you look at Sunday school, right, it's primarily a place to lecture, right? It's sort of a one-directional, I'm going to give you a talk, you're going to listen to me, lots of shh, stop talking to him, don't touch her, blah, 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 lots of that stuff, right? But is it a place for listening? Is it a place for discussion? Is it a place for fostering a relationship, right? Because in the end, right, one of the primary purposes of Sunday school is for you to develop a relationship with the child, such that when that child's 15 and is thinking about some stuff that, they have no intention of telling their parents about, you're going to be that person they go to versus the other 15-year-old at school, right? That's sort of the main bogey, right? That's the dream of being a servant, right? When the 15-year-old comes to you and says, hey, I'm thinking about some stuff, and you've always looked at me nicely and smiled and gave me a big hug, and I get the feeling you're not going to judge me, right? And that's really what we need to be aiming for as servants, right? To be that guy when that person needs someone, right? So Abuna asked me to talk about burnout among servants. And so today's talk will either overwhelm you and you'll just quit the service, which won't be good. That's the bad outcome. We're going to hope to avoid that one. Or it will inspire you. And I don't know which way it's going to go. It's kind of like the cross. The cross, you get a right-hand thief, it goes well, and then the left-hand thief, it just doesn't go so well. So sometimes you just fire away and people split either way. But what we see is just a lot of burnout, a lot of tiredness, a lot of exhaustion among the servants, because it's just sort of rinse and repeat, right? We just keep doing the same thing. We're giving the lessons, we're giving the talks. Are we really developing relationships? And so what I kind of want us to think about is sort of the bigger picture, right? Stand back, look up at, like 30,000 feet and see what this looks like from above, so that we kind of have a better perspective on what we're doing when we're on the ground. There's this old, parable of three guys who are laying bricks, right? They just take some mortar, they throw it down, brick, mortar, right? They ask the first guy and they say, what are you doing? He says, I'm just putting bricks on top of bricks. All right. They ask the second guy and they say, what are you doing? He says, I'm building a wall. And he asks the third guy, what are you doing? He's saying, I'm building a beautiful church that people are going to come to one day and find rest and peace and find God. So all three of them are doing the same thing, right? But one just thinks, I'm putting one brick on top of the other. One guy at least can see that he's building a wall. Another one sees the church that he's building, down the road, right? So sometimes as a servant, our burnout comes from the fact that I just think I'm putting brick on brick. Or maybe I'm building a wall. What I really need is I need to see the church that I'm building, right? And what seeds am I laying down the road, right? What am I planting for the long term? Okay. And again, our role here at this church is, we're sort of this, we're supposed to be the game changer, right? And the sort of the demographics of what's happening in the diocese is a lot of youth, a lot of people grow up in some of the bigger, more traditional churches, right? And then they get to their 20s and 30s, and then they just sort of leave and go either away or they come to one of these, American churches, right? So at some level, we have to be that line of defense, right? The one that catches all the people. And I love that, at St. Paul's, at least, I mean, I don't know many of you, but at St. Paul's, I know that so many of the people there, especially ones who started, were all these people who were just rejected by their churches, right? We were just a group of losers who all came together. All of us who had been, ostracized, rejected, neglected, disillusioned, right? And we all just kind of came together, and it's just this group of people, and it was beautiful, right? It just kind of felt like this ragtag group of losers. That's probably the best word. And so what I want to encourage you to do is I want us to think about, and I'm going to talk a lot about this in a second, but I'm just going to give you this one example, is what we emphasize in the church, what we emphasize as parents, what we emphasize as servants, is very, very important because it sets a tone. And so I'm going to give you this one example, and I want you to think about it. So when we talk about what do we do after the liturgy, right? what happens after liturgy, after Sunday worship, right? How many times have you heard this, that the liturgy starts when we leave the church? It's a beautiful way to think about it, right? Liturgy starts when I leave. Okay, why? Because now I go and I'm a light to the world. I've taken from the light of Christ. I've heard the gospel. I've heard the sermon. I've taken him mystically in me. And now it's my turn not to be the light of the church, right? The church is just this fountain that I come to. I drink from it, and then I leave, right? And I go live in the world, and I'm a light to the world, to the people at work and the people at school and the people in my family. And I'm supposed to give everyone the same love I just received, right? The same forgiveness I just received, the same compassion and mercy that I just received it's now my turn to take that, and Jesus said, I'm the light of the world. And he said, you're the light of the world. So who's the light of the world? We're both the light of the world, right? He lights us and then we light the world. Sorry, you have just come and drunk from the fountain of life. Be a fountain of hope and love for all those you meet this week, right? And so this is a message that we can talk to people about when they leave church, and we can say, this is what the Eucharist is, right? How many people have heard things like this before? Yeah, kinda, right? But this is the way we think about the Eucharist. This is the way we think about the liturgy. This is the way we need to think about the liturgy. Now, I'll tell you what I've heard. Don't spit for 9 hours. Don't swim for 9 hours. Don't chew gum for 9 hours. By the way, 9 hours is made up. I'm just going to say it. Don't throw up for 9 hours, as if you can control that. Don't walk barefoot in case you get a small cut. Don't brush your teeth for 9 hours. Everyone see it? All right. What is this? It's Islam. Let's just say it, right? That does not come from a Christian culture, okay? Yes. Thank you. Whenever you raise your hand, I get worried. I'm not going to lie. I either screwed this up, it's either a 20-minute fight, or he's going to compliment me. And it's one of the two. All right. Right, so this is what we're feeding the kids, right? And if I was to tell you how many times I heard those items over my 53 years of life, probably like 2,000 times someone has said over my life, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. As if that's really what the objective is of community. Just keep it inside and don't let any of it get out, and whatever that means, right? And so we have to think here, what is this, right? And is this what we're giving the kids? And then we say the kids leave. Well, yeah, I'm not interested in that religion, right? That's not religion. That's not Jesus. That's not Christianity, right? This isn't inspiring, okay? And this is one of 1,000 things that we can just make examples of, right? And so what we start coming down to is we start realizing that a lot of the way we practice our Coptic Orthodoxy, by definition, has to be influenced by the culture in which we lived, right? And we lived in an Arab culture and an Islamic culture for 1,000 years mixed in, right? So there's no way that we can come out unscathed, right? That's our culture, right? Just like in America, there's an American culture that intermingles with the church, no problem, right? Every church in every country mixes with its culture. And that's just normal. That's just kind of the way it has to be, actually. There's no other way around that, which is fine, okay, until you transplant countries, which doesn't happen very often in the history of the world, right? But that happened here. And we just transplanted. Now we're in a different country, and so we have this culture shock, right? And so we, as a church, have to start thinking very, very seriously, how much of this is really culture and how much of it is really Christianity, right? And the only way we do that is we go back to the fathers, right? We go back to the original, right? And we start reading them. And when we read them, they talk about the first things. They don't talk about the last things. St. Athanasius never talked about those things. St. Macarius never talked about those things. The fathers, the monks, the theologians didn't talk about 9 hours. Don't spit, don't chew gum, don't cut your foot, don't, You know, the ship is upside down. Quick, flip it because it's haram, but that the ship is upside down, right? You guys know about the ship upside down? You never heard of this? How many people have heard of the ship upside down? See? Right? So everyone knows if a ship is upside down, it is haram because God is upset by that. Obviously. I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding. That's not true. What I said is wrong. Okay? All right. You guys here says, you know what? I'm just going to skip this. All right. So some of the general themes that we find when we talk to the youth is they're not, and I'll just give it to you one quick summary. They're not finding Christ. Okay. And let's kind of go through the details. There's a disconnect between religious practices and a genuine relationship with Christ, right? We talk about religious practices a lot, the rules. We don't talk about that relationship, okay? Parental influence driving youth away from the church, right? The clergy know all about this. Half the problems are parent problems, right? And the clergy and the servants, and you guys know this as well, you've got your half an hour a week to fix what's happening for the other 6.5 days at home. Lack of synchronization between church life and secular life, right? We see this mostly like in Christmas. Like we think of Christmas a certain way. We think of Christmas carols. We think of Christmas lights. We think of Christmas a certain way. And then we have Eid, right? And Eid is when I go and I sit there for 4 hours and they do really, really long things that don't sound anything like the Christmas I'm used to. Right? It's a very different thing. So I don't associate it with Christmas, which is presents and pancakes in the morning and pajamas and all that stuff, right? I have Eid. That's not Christmas to me. Okay? Judgmental experiences and shame-based messaging in the church. So this one is, you've all experienced this one, right? The judgmental, it has to stop, right? And it has to stop with you guys, okay? And I'll talk a little bit more about this, I don't know, at some point. And the shame-based messaging, right? We love shame. We love guilt, right? That's how the Arab approach works, right? And it's okay because if you live in a culture that's just like that, well, the church is naturally going to be like that. And then when you go to school and they shame-base you there too, you're like, okay. And you go to work and you get shame-based there. That's just kind of life. But when you live in a culture that's not that way, now the dichotomy and the difference between church and life is very stark, right? All of a sudden you're getting shamed and attacked and you're like, why are you talking to me like that? Why can't you talk to me a different way? You know, I'll give you guys an example. There's a story about Mbab Shoy, and he used to tie his hair so that when he prayed, he wouldn't fall asleep, okay? And the reason he does that is because it's much like someone who's in love, right? Who wants to stay up all night talking to their fiance, right? Or their wife. Or a good friend who just came in from out of town and you're like, you know what? I got to stay awake. We got to catch up. And you're dying, you're tired, but you just want to keep talking, right? Because you haven't seen this person in so long, or you're so, you guys are just having this amazing time together. And so Mbab Shoy didn't have Red Bull. So he used the hair thing in order to keep himself awake, because he wanted that relationship to continue. He didn't want to fall asleep. Now, how did I hear this story? Shaif, see Mbab Shoy? See how long he prayed? How long do you pray? He prayed all night. You pray 5 minutes and you get tired. You're pathetic, right? You have no excuse. See what he does? What do you do? That's how the story was told to me. And I just looked down. I felt bad. Like, yeah, I am bad. Don't pray as long as Mbab Shoy. And it was a shame-based, guilt-based attack on me personally. And one of the kids had the audacity to say to the servant, do you pray all night? Good answer. Servant immediately smacked him on the butt and said, Itla barra. Go outside. How dare you ask me that question? You didn't answer the question, sir. Right? So that approach, that kind of dictator, authoritarian, I am always right approach is ineffective with children, especially in this world. It's ineffective in Egypt too, by the way, but it's really ineffective here. So as servants, we have to be very careful not to take those shame-based approaches. Disillusionment, number 5, regarding the treatment of women in the church. This is a big one, very controversial one. No one has the right answer. People are asking all kinds of questions. Is it culture? Is it religion? Is it this? Is it that? What's going on? What's happening? And this is something we have to evolve to as a church at some point, right? Because when we look at, I'm going to go with all of the other Christian churches, they don't really emphasize that one verse, and I'm going to say one verse where it says women shall remain silent in the church. We really like that verse, really, really like that verse. And it's a verse, and we don't usually do practices based on a verse, but in this case, there's a lot of practice. But when you go to all the other Christian churches, the women are singing, the women are leading, the women are whatever, right? And you're kind of like, why is that? Well, again, we come from a culture where that sort of thing is okay. Right? Women are to remain silent. Nobody's objecting, including the women. Absence of relatable mentors and examples of Christ in the lives of youth. This is really something we all need, right? And you don't need a lot of these people in church, just one, right? All of you should strive to be that one person who, when you see the young people, you're that person who gives them a hug. You're that person who gives them a hug. You're that person who smiles at them. You're that person who shows them an example of Christian love. And we don't need very many of those. We can have all the aunts and uncles judging us all day long, but there's that one guy who smiles at me and hugs me and loves me. And I go for him, right? We have to try to be that person for each other's kids. Relationship and family stress leading to disengagement after marriage. Superficial relationships within the church and an emphasis on appearances. This is a really big one. Again, we come from a culture that really cares about appearances, right? How many of us heard "Nas hayulu e alena," right? And that's a big thing. That's a driving force. Translated, what are people going to say about us, right? About our family, about our reputation. We'll look like we don't have money. We'll look like we don't, إحنا قاعدين, or whatever that means, right? And unfortunately, that then drives all kinds of behaviors that are not good, that are suboptimal behaviors. People made very, very bad choices because they're worried about what some monkey is going to say, right? And we can't allow that kind of thinking to enter into the church, right? Because if you think about what Christianity teaches us is I'm supposed to do what? St. James says, confess your sins to one another. Right? So I'm supposed to open up with my sins and tell people about my weaknesses. And then if I do have a talent or a gift or something God's given me, what am I supposed to do with that? Hide it. Right? I'm supposed to take those things that are really good about me and not let people know about them. Right? Not share all of my, now if I have a talent, that talent has to be used for the glory of God, right? But I'm not talking about those things. But what do? We do the exact opposite, right? We share all the good things we do, and we tell people, oh, yeah, I went to the food bank, and I help out here, and I do this, and I do this. Someone's got a mic, probably in the other. Mina just gets up, yes. Taken care of. The situation has been neutralized, yeah. So what do? We tell people about all the good things we do. Oh yeah, well, Sayyidina knows who I am, and I talked to Sayyidina the other day, and I help out here, and I go to do this service, and I volunteer here. And then we take all our sins, and what do? We hide them, and we hide them from one another. Okay? And what that creates is the exact opposite of what the church wants us to do, right? If you think about the perfect church environment, it looks a lot like what? An AA meeting, right? Where you have a bunch of people in a circle, sinners, and one person says, hi, I'm Mark, I'm an alcoholic. And everyone says, hi, Mark, I'm an alcoholic too. Hi, I'm a sinner too. This is exactly what St. James says, right? Where we're all open with one another, we share with one another, right? And that sharing brings us closer to one another because we both recognize ourselves as weak sinners. But what we end up seeing, because we again have a culture of talking, is that nobody in their right mind is going to share that stuff. No one's going to talk about it. Everyone's worried about who's going to say what. In fact, they're going to take what you say and add another layer to it and then tell the world. Again, that's very cultural. You know, when I first got married, I don't know if you guys know, I'm married to someone white. When I first got married, someone told me, like, we were at church, and someone said, "Oh, we're pregnant, by the way. We wanted to let you guys know, blah, blah, blah." Right? So, yeah, okay. Right. And then I left, and I was going to tell my wife, "Oh, I'm going to tell our friend that she's pregnant." Okay. Now, she just told me she's pregnant. It's public. And my wife goes, "Why are you going to do that?" I said, "Well, because it's news and I should share it." And she goes, "Well, that's her news to share, and she'll share it when she wants to share it." Right? She wants to be able to tell people she's pregnant, and she wants to get the reaction on the face, not like, "Oh yeah, I already know, Mark told me." And that thought had never occurred to me, that it's her news to share and not my news to share. Right? And even if it is public, and even if she is telling people, she'll share it when she's ready to share it. That thought does not occur to my parents. Okay? That like il hebel da. Right? So this kind of environment makes it very difficult to open up. So what do we observe now? And some of you all went through this. You go to college, right? You go to college, and some of you had this experience, right? Your college roommate knows everything about you, but the people at church don't, right? I don't tell the people at church, my friends, lifelong friends, anything. Why not? Because they could tell their mom. And they tell your mom, their mom, my life is over. My parents' life is over. My uncle's life is over. Everyone's life is over, right? Am I wrong? So I'll share with my college roommate. I'll get very close with my college roommate or someone who's not Egyptian, but I'll never share it with someone Egyptian. So that creates superficial relationships at church, right? So we come to church, hey, hi, how you doing? Good, you know, and everyone's good. Good, how you doing? Good. No one's good. Everyone is not good, right? But we all say we're good. Why? Because I'm not about to open up to you with my marital problems or my child problems or my whatever problems. Okay? So these superficial relationships, again, come from a cultural aspect of we share too much news and we're scared to share our sins. And instead, we'll rather share the highlights, right? Talk about the good stuff that we do. Perception of the church as homophobic and fostering unchristian hatred. As some of you know, I'm on a task force or a ministry, or whatever you want to call it, that deals with this issue at the diocese level, right? So we've put together, oh, thank you, Tony. Just throw it. Catch it. And so we talk about this issue, we think about this issue, we give talks on this issue because it's a very sensitive issue, okay? And what is often happening is the church has come across very, very negatively for a variety of reasons. And I won't get into those reasons, but unfortunately, you know, bigotry, racism, homophobia, these seem to be just the blood that pumps through some of our parents' veins. And the reaction is very negative from the youth, right? And what's happening, and I'll warn you all right now, is you push right and the kid goes left. The harder you push right, the harder the kid goes left, right? So the more we emphasize this issue and the more we quote Leviticus and talk about Sodom and Gomorrah and talk about all the things, the more there'll be like, you sound really hateful right now. Tell you guys a true story. I was in Seattle, and this person who was, you know, young when I was there, but now she's a mom. She comes up to me and she's really upset. And she goes, "My kid is 7 years old. And for Mother's Day, what did the teacher decide to do? Read a book about two fathers." And she was howling mad. She said, "Really? On Mother's Day, you're going to read a book about two fathers? Like, at least read about two mothers, you know." And she was really upset, okay? And the teacher was really trying to break down the whole concept of motherhood, and that's, you know, she's just a birthing vessel and whatever else language is out there, okay? So she's telling me about this. And so I kind of stop her and go, look, Rhonda, you have to be careful because you're going to go back to your 7-year-old and um, I get this a lot at my talks. People just, usually it's the people in the room. Um, and so I said, you have to be very careful because you're going to go back to your 7-year-old and you're going to start, telling them this is wrong and this is not okay. And the Bible says this is wrong. And you're going to start doing this thing. And she's going to look at you and she's going to be like, Mom, the veins in your neck are popping out and you look very angry. And the teacher at school is very nice. And the teacher at school tells us that we're supposed to love everyone and tolerate everyone and understand everyone. And the teacher at school is going to sound like Jesus, and you're not. And she stops dead in her tracks. And she looks at me and goes, Mark, that's exactly what happened. Her daughter looks at her and goes, why are you so mad? The teacher at school isn't mad like you, Mommy. The teacher at school is very nice. And the teacher at school tells us to love everyone. How come you don't love everyone? Right? And so what she's trying to do is she's trying to counter a message at school, which is understandable. Okay. But when you counter with anger and veins in your neck, all the kids see are veins in your neck, right? They're not listening to your arguments. In fact, you're probably triggering them into a fight or flight response at that moment. Okay, so we have to be very careful on how do we address these issues, because if we don't address them with complete passion, compassion, and love, we will lose a lot more youth than we've already lost. Right? I can't tell you how many youth come up to me after one of these homosexuality in the Bible talks, and they're just pissed off. Right? They're like, "What is this?" And unfortunately, it's the way the message is presented. It's the way the message is said, and it isn't even necessarily about the message itself. It's about the presentation. It's about how it's delivered. Okay? And there's a subtlety to language that we have to be very aware of. And there's a subtlety to this generation that we have to be very aware of, right? Because, there's 2 layers removed, right? When a bishop from Egypt comes and he says, let me tell you about this topic, he already has a language barrier, okay? So he's not going to say things the way they need to be said, right? He'll translate them and he'll say them, right? But what he translated from had subtlety. What he translated to does not. And then the next layer is even me. I was born in the United States. English is my first language, but I'm 52, right? And so I'm talking to an 18-year-old who's just invented a new language every other month. And I can't even, so my subtlety is missed on them. They have a sensitivity that I don't have, right? I'm just like, yeah, what's the big deal? We used to say that word all the time growing up, right? Smear the queer, right? Stuff like this, right? And, come on, get over it. Like, I don't have a sensitivity that they have, okay? I mean, no one plays that game anymore. You're not allowed to say that stuff anymore, right? So I asked my son, I was like, you guys play Smear the Queer? And they're like, what? And I'm like, oh, that's a bad thing to say. I didn't even realize that. Okay. Right, number 10. You guys have no idea how many slides I have. And we're not going to get to most of them. I have 46 slides in this deck. And we're on 3. Okay. But this really gets at most of them. Number 10, the church needs to address sexual issues and remove taboos. I was at UCR Coptic Club on Thursday, and I just kind of took the gloves off. They're all in college, and we talked about all of it. Pornography, sexting, dating apps, hookup culture, bulimia, anorexia, cutting, everything. And they were just, I think their mouths were just open the whole time. And I had a dozen texts after it. Thank you for talking about these things. Thank you for talking to us like adults. Thank you for just bringing them up, not making them taboo, and just saying the words out loud, right? It's a very uncomfortable situation. We have to learn to get uncomfortable, right? Because there's lots of people who are not uncomfortable with it, right? And that the stuff they're saying is just jacked up, right? And so we have to be the first place. I was at Abuna Andrew Hanna in Yorba Linda at St. Mary St. Verena is doing a program called Forged, which I highly recommend you guys think about. It's for young kids. It's like a It's all about, it's kind of like a purity and kind of like a junior high, high school kind of thing. Um, and in the talk, I brought up pornography. And some of the kids were like, what? What's that? They didn't even know. And they're in junior high, which I kind of was suspicious. But anyway, um, but I told Abun, I said, by the way, I brought this up and some kids didn't know. And so I hope I didn't make any, mess anything up. And he goes, no, no, no. I want them to hear that word here first. I mean, look at that. Look at that mindset, right? There's a lot of people would be like, why did you introduce that to my child? He would never have known about it had you not said it. So we have to not say things and keep them insulated and keep it like Shobra, right? And if we can just keep it like Shobra, then all the good things will happen, right? But that's not the reality, right? And his comment of, I want them to hear it in the church first is perfect, right? That's how we have to address these things. They have to learn about all of these topics in the church first, in a very calm and non-passionate, non-angry, non-political, non-biased way, in the most loving way possible, right? And that's the only way we can address these issues. Number 11, the church is viewed as a means to an end rather than embodying Christ's presence. We come to church to do the things, and the youth leave because they're done doing the things. Eventually, it's like, yeah, dressing as a deacon and fasting and all these mechanical things that are supposed to lead to something else. No one's doing that. Everyone's just doing the mechanical things, right? And eventually, you stop being interested. I was actually talking to Emba Serapion about this, and we were talking about fasting, and he was talking about the way in which we fast. And I said, Sadna, the problem with the way we fast isn't, the length, it's long. There are too many fasts. But that's not really the issue. The issue is we've reduced the fast to, you have to taste my kunefa without butter. It tastes the same, right? And now that's fasting. Butter or no butter in the kunefa, right? And when you've reduced a fast to something as frivolous and as silly as, I can make it without butter just as good, no one's interested. Like, what is that? Is that religion? Is that Christianity? Is God like, oh, okay, there's no butter in there, accounts? I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing at that point, right? Am I fostering a relationship with Christ, or am I just eating kunefa without butter? Right? And so, and there's people, their whole life is, watch me make the food, like without, make it siami. Okay, congratulations, right? So, and then the youth react to that very well, right? In that they don't like it. Because they're like, this isn't authentic. This isn't real. You're just going through motions. You don't even care about God. You're just trying to show off how well you can make kunefa without butter better than the other ladies. This is ridiculous. And they're right. They're exactly right. And we should not condemn them for that. Right? I have so many more slides, but anybody have any questions or comments? I know you have like something. Yes, Sean. I don't know. That's not my job. I just there's look, I mean, a lot of you are parents, you know how it goes, right? You're very calm with everyone else's kids. Okay? Your kids, you just lose it, you know? Um, and it's surprising because I'm like, I deal with youth all the time. Nothing phases me. Nothing phases me. But my kid can do anything. And I'm just like, why? What's wrong with you? Right? And so why are my kids so dumb? All the the other kids do it, it's just cute. My kids do it, just dumb. And that just sucks. I'm just kidding. Your parents don't think those things. They think you're great. What was I talking about? Okay, so I'm gonna tell you guys this. I won't tell you the story. Okay. So what's your question? Okay, so anyway, so back. The issue, yeah, I agree that parents should be that first line of defense. And I think one thing you guys can do that's great is have, I don't want to say parenting classes, but just how to approach these issues, all of the issues, right? All the taboo issues. And there's just an approach, right? I don't want to tell you what to say, and it's all, but depends on how old the kid is. What's your relationship like with them? Is it the mother, the father, the son, or the daughter, right? Stuff like that, right? But they're just basic principles of the way you give these talks that are very, very important. And when those principles are violated, then you're almost doing more. I mean, they're like, yeah, mom tried, but then it didn't go well, right? Um, so the church has a good role in just teaching the parents how to, like, I mean, one of the basic principles of parenting that's nearly impossible but very important is no matter what your son or daughter says to you, no matter what they say, you don't lose it, right? And that's just very, very important. Okay. And like my kids know they can just say anything to me, right? And I just don't even react. I used to, right? And then I learned how to control it, because what happens is if you react, they're just like, oh, okay, I can't really talk to them. I'll tell you guys a story. Amba Serapion was telling me, and he said, he's talking about the youth, and he said, there's this couple, and they were having trouble, in their marriage. They didn't have kids. And to the point where the husband, left the house. He was living, away from the house. But the parents had no idea. And then every time the parents would come over, the couple would get back together like half an hour before the parents showed up, play nice, right? The parents would leave, and then he'd go back to his apartment or condo or whatever, right? So the parents had no. Then all of a sudden they file for divorce. Parents are blindsided completely, and they had no idea any of this was happening. I said, okay, Sid, now what's your point? And he said, well, you see what they're doing in America? They're teaching the kids not to talk to their parents, to be independent, to not seek counsel from older people, from elders, not to disclose things. This is what America is doing to our kids. And I was like, okay, Sid, that's probably true. Americans do teach independence and think on your own and not rely on others. But I have to ask, right? I'm sure that daughter talked to her mom about something for the past 30 years. Why didn't she talk to her mom about this? Well, because she knew what her mom's reaction would be. And she knew her mom would lose it, and she'd be out of control. And we all have parents and no parents who are like, oh, don't tell my dad that. Don't tell my mom that. Even the mom will keep it from the dad, or the dad will keep it from the mom, because you're going to lose it, right? So I'm like, Sadina, the problem here isn't just these kids are bad, which is the easy solution to all problems, right? It's like, what did these parents do so wrong that their kids wouldn't even talk to them and saying we're having trouble? This is a parenting problem, right? And it's probably because they tried talking to them before, and they got some long lecture or some voodoo or something like that, and started throwing holy water on them or whatever, right? And who knows what they did, right? So don't be that parent, is I guess the point I want to make. You have to be that extremely calm, no matter what. They know they can go to you, and you're just going to handle it as a matter of fact, right? And always start with, are you hurt? Are you okay? Right? Instead of what did you do? Right? Which incites me to lie because I'm afraid I'm going to get a punishment. Okay. There's only 46 more slides. So yeah, I'm kidding. Go ahead. Did you have a question or no? No. Question? All right. I have like a lot here. So there's just a lot going on. And each one of those can really just mean a lot of things. And we can talk about them for hours and hours and hours and hours. But I won't do that to you guys. How much longer do I have? That's it? Call it 5? All right. Okay, this is the last thing I want to talk to you about. What does this icon mean? Just stare at it for a while. Oh, sorry. No, it's a glare here. You can't. All right, first question. Who's the guy on the left? Jesus. All right, good. And what's he doing? He's knocking on the door. I'll read you the verse above him. It says, "Here I am. I stand at the door and knock. If anyone hears my voice and opens the door, I will come in and dine with that person and they with me." What's that from? Which book? Revelation. So he's standing at the door and knocking. You all know this very famous icon. What do you notice about the door? Closed. What else? There's no handle. He can't open the door. The door has to be opened from the inside, right? And this is the story of our life, right? Christ stands and knocks at the door, and we have to open the door. Okay, this is the guy on the right. A sinner. I want you to say it more theologically. He's me, right? That's me. I'll read you the quote above it. It says, "You cannot escape shame except by shame. The demons persuade us not to confess. Lay bare your wound to the physician." So what does that person on the right look like? Look happy? What's the word? Shame. He's too ashamed. Is he opening the door? The shame has prevented him from opening the door. What's interesting? Shame and guilt. Guilt is when I feel bad about something I've done. Shame is when I feel bad about myself and who I am. And so this person, me, is so shamed that he won't even let Christ in. And unfortunately, this is where our youth are at. Right? I want you to think about all the messed up stuff you guys did as teenagers. Not that any of you did. I certainly didn't. I'm an archdeacon. But the rest of you, okay? And to think about all the messed up things you did and all the opportunities you had to do messed up things, and multiply it times 10, and now we're talking, okay? So you can imagine what the youth come and that they feel like when they come in to this church, especially when they hear some of the talks that they hear about purity and purity and purity and purity, and they come in knowing that what they've done, right? And that feeling. They don't even want to let Christ in because they're too ashamed who they are and what they are. This is the problem today. Our kids don't have hope. They're hopeless, right? In our extreme effort for prevention, right? We want to prevent them from sinning, tell them how bad it is, tell them it's no good, tell them whatever we need to tell them. We just want them to not do it. But the bad part is they do. Now what? And we've spent 95% of the talks on don't, bad, and 5% of the talks on repentance and hope and starting over, new beginning, going back into the womb and being born anew, right? So it's, again, a matter of emphasis. If 95% of my talks are about how this is bad and shameful and wrong and Leviticus and 5% of the talks have been on hope and repentance and starting anew, the kids come in and they're just hopeless. And that's the quintessential problem today that I'm seeing with youth. Does anybody have any questions or comments? That's all I have. Criticisms, yeah. That's a great question. And I mean, I think this is where it comes down to the idea of innovation, right? Because like you said, the structure we've inherited leaves no room for that, right? And what we have now is a big need for that, right? And and I'll say it another thing, right? Because of the cultural pressure, societal pressure, um, our parents didn't really feel a need to be vulnerable to one another, right? It's exactly the opposite. Like my mom would hear your statement and say, "You're crazy. Like you want to be vulnerable," and like that's not going to happen, right? So that sentence is something only an American would say. Like, where can I open up to somebody and create real community? That concept isn't there. I mean, in my parents' world, right? You show up with your Mercedes, you let them know I'm better than you, and that's how this works, right? So we have to innovate. Okay, I just say things kind of bluntly. It's a problem. We have to innovate and say to ourselves, look, we have a different need, right? I don't need just structure and kids running around. I need community. And so breaking the church down, and this is what a lot of Protestant churches do, into smaller pieces, right? A men's group, a women's group, a young parent group, a divorced group, an addict group, a pornography addiction group, an alcohol addiction group, right? And so what you're doing is you're lumping that together like items, okay? Like sinners, and that actually works, right? So I've been in a lot of churches where they'll have pornography addiction group, and a bunch of men show up, and they all know each other from Sunday. And of course, the church is a little bigger, right? But they all show up, and there is an anonymity there, right? Because you're at the group too, right? So, or an addict group, or an alcohol group, or whatever, right? Or a divorce group, or and taking these groups of sinners and bringing them into the church. Like we've just started a support group online for Coptic LGBTQ kids, right? We meet on Zoom, we get together, and we talk about the Bible, and we give them hope, and we ask them about their week. And we don't shame them and tell them about verses why they're bad. We're here for you, and we're here to bring the message of the gospel, right? So lumping together like groups of sinners in, use weird language, might not be a bad way, right? Because now we're all going to kind of connect, on that one thing. And I think sometimes people will say, oh, well, now you're encouraging alcohol addiction by having an alcohol addicted group in your church. Well, no, of course you're not, right? These are people already addicted, and they're coming because they need help, and they want help, and they want to get better. And that creates community, right? By making the church smaller. So the way we cut the church is we cut it on, very vanilla lines, right? Men group, women group, parent group, right? So that nobody reveals too much, okay? But if I cut the church differently, and it's going to be men and women in this particular group, and men and women, you know what I mean? Now there's a chance, right? There's going to be more of that opening up of, my brokenness. But this takes guts, right? It takes guts on the church's part, and it'll take guts for the people to come part, and it'll take guts for people to speak up. Not easy. Yep. So, I mean, last week we read the story of Zacchaeus. And as you all know, Zacchaeus was an incredibly evil person, right? Tax collectors were evil not just because they took money, right? Because they did really horrible things to people, right? They drove widows into prostitution. They made people sell their children, right? So that they can make money, right? Very, very bad people. And Christ enters this guy's house, and it says that everyone murmured against him, murmured against Christ, and complained that he went in to be a sinner, with a sinner. And so the reason they murmured is because they thought one of two things, right? That Christ is going there to participate with him, right? Well, I mean, when I see you go in with someone who's evil, I think you're probably going to go do evil with him, or at the least, you're going to condone the evil that they're doing, right? So they murmured against Christ because they're saying, you either participated or you're going to condone this evil. But Christ was there for a third reason. He was there to shed light, right? So whenever light goes in with darkness, light comes out on top, right? And so just the fact that someone shows up to a church at an addiction group, no one's condoning anything, right? When someone comes up to me, a young person comes up to me and says, like like happened to me last week, and said, I did cocaine on Tuesday, right? My reaction is very important at that moment, right? Because they know my position on cocaine, right? But they came and told me anyway, right? And they had zero fear that I would judge them. They knew they could come to me with that. Although they know I'm not condoning it. They know I don't think it's a good idea. And they know I don't want to do it with them next week, right? But they're still going to come to me, right? So I think this is also a cultural thing, right? Where you say, if I talk about it and I participate with them, then I'm sort of condoning it. I don't think that's true, right? In fact, when a priest or a clergy member reveals, or a servant reveals, yeah, I used to mess up too when I was young. The young kids feel like, this is great. I mean, like, I have hope, right? Like, this person's now a priest and they messed up, so there's hope for me. Not like, oh, they did it, I'll do it too. I don't think people are like, unless they're looking for an excuse, but I don't think kids are like that, right? So I would say offer hope, and by just being there, I don't think anyone's going to come in saying, yeah, the church has an addiction group, they must be supporting addictions. Yeah. Um, that's fair, but like, and it's hard, but somebody can come into the group and say, look, your position is wrong, and like our support group, and we're worried about that. Like, they come in and they're very, very liberal. They're going to attack us and the church, right? And attack the people in the group. So, there's a bit of concern. So you have to, manage it kind of carefully, right? But on the other hand, that's a human being, and it's a person he's cried many, 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 many days and many weeks about this, and tried to pray it away, and it isn't happening, right? And borderline suicidal, borderline scared to death, right? All the things, right? So, we have to balance, I don't want to support a position versus a person, right? And that's a human being, and I'm not worried about the media and what some Instagram post is saying and what the politicians are doing, and there's some movement trying to get our kids on. This is a guy who's right here, and we don't know how he got like this, or she, but they're right here, right now, right? And I feel them in pain, and my duty as a church, as a church, is to relieve their pain. And that's the only thing I can think about. Yeah. I agree 1,000%. We did something similar at St. Paul's. We had a men's meeting, very, very successful. The guys opened up. They're talking about all kinds of things, became really good friends in the process, right? And same with the women's group. The women's group was shocking. They talked about all kinds of stuff, and we had several women from other churches come, and they were stunned, like that the women opened up to each other, and they weren't worried about, gossip and judging and everything else. So, no, you're absolutely right. We just got to do it. Yep. that's above my pay grade. Um, I mean, I will say at St. Paul's, we cover Catholic and Protestant books all the time. I mean, as long as someone vets them and just, there isn't like, you know, Satan worship. I mean, short of that, like, especially if it's about like some social issue, like, I mean, come on, like, how far off are we going to be, right? So, as long as we don't endorse Satan, then I think it's not okay. Any other questions, comments? Pro or anti-Satan? Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Abuna apologized, guys. He had to run out and visit someone in the hospital, so he apologizes. Everyone, take out your phone. Take out your phone. Open up your Amazon app. Open up your Amazon app. Search, You Are What You Love. You Are What You Love. Part of our theme this year was we were going to cover 3 books through the year. We covered 2 that I would say maybe 1% of you read. So we have the plans in place. We're working on the execution. We got to do something a little different and innovative with the execution. But Q4 is our sweet spot. Q4 is our sweet spot for like spiritual focus. Okay, so order the book, please. We'll roll out a plan. You Are What You Love by James Smith, I believe. Yeah, James Smith, You Are What You Love. We were talking about habits, right? As the Church of God, this is his home. Just like any home, you build good habits and you build bad habits. A lot of good habits here, but we also have some bad habits. Talked about some of these things earlier on, but we'll roll out a plan on what we're going to do with the book in the next few weeks, whether it's held here at the church or whether we do small. That's going to be kind of developed over the next few weeks. Any other logistical questions or else? Thank you guys for hanging in today. I know it's a long, long day. Thank you. End up for prayer.
Father, we thank you. Pour out their Shove.
You know if you would you split it with friends?
Hello.
Not on.
Bobo.
Imagine people actually sing like that.
Hello.
Now, look on the news.
Your mom just got kidnapped. Every mom in the world just got kidnapped, including my mom.
Are you? Don't turn it on. It is on now. Now, let me back. Let's put this. Ow. No turn. No mic. No mic. Okay, no mic. Okay. She doesn't need that stand. She just needs. No, Lily. No mic. Listen. No mic. Okay, no.
I want to sing for like real.
On.
Hello. Hi everyone. Are you ready to sing? La 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 la. Yes. Wait,